After the desert kingdom of Arabasta, the Going Merry sailed onward across the Grand Line. Her crew a little more weathered now, a little closer to one another, still chasing a dream that stretched further than any map could show. They had crossed deserts and survived storms, made friends with princesses and reindeer doctors alike, and through it all, the sea kept teaching them, gently, and sometimes not so gently, that the world was far larger and far stranger than any of them had imagined as children. But the sea, as it always seems to on this strange and restless ocean, had something entirely new waiting just over the horizon, not an island at all, but the sky itself. This was the beginning of the Sky Island Saga. It began, as so many of their adventures did, with very little warning at all. The crew was simply sailing along, enjoying an ordinary peaceful afternoon, fishing lines cast lazily over the railing, Usopp dozing in the shade of the sail, Nami sketching the coastline of a distant island into her growing collection of maps, when the sea around them began to behave in ways no ordinary ocean ever should. Massive, ghostly fish made of pure white cloud drifted past the ship, as though the water itself had learned to dream, sliding silently beneath the waves and rising again further off, trailing wisps of mist that dissolved as quickly as they appeared. Strange, glowing lights flickered along the horizon, where the sky met the sea, and the very air around the ship seemed to hum faintly, as if some enormous, distant machinery were quietly at work somewhere far above their heads. Zoro, leaning against the mast with one eye open, muttered that he didn't like it, not because anything had actually attacked them, but because the ocean had gone too quiet, too still, the way it sometimes did right before something enormous happened. Then, without warning, a small boat came crashing down from somewhere above them, splintering against the waves with a tremendous splash that soaked the entire deck. Inside it, half drowned but breathing, lay an unconscious, golden-skinned man wearing strange, old-fashioned clothing unlike anything the crew had ever seen, fabrics dyed in colors that seemed almost too bright, too clean to belong to their ordinary, salt-worn world. Chopper worked quickly to revive him, pressing seawater from his lungs and wrapping him in blankets despite Sanji grumbling that they didn't have blankets to spare for strangers who fell out of the sky uninvited. Once the stranger finally woke, blinking up at 6 unfamiliar, curious faces leaning over him, he would only ever introduce himself in a dazed and bewildered voice by his peculiar little title, a guest of a woman named Conis, though even that small explanation left far more questions than answers. He kept glancing nervously upward, as though expecting the sky itself to come looking for him, and refused to explain why. It was Nami, ever curious about the unusual and always quick to notice details others missed, who noticed first that the man's modest little dial, a strange device he kept close at all times, clipped to a cord around his neck, recorded sound in ways no ordinary instrument could, capturing and replaying voices and music perfectly, as though trapped in amber. She turned it over in her hands, listening to a fragment of laughter and birdsong it had captured days earlier, and felt an odd shiver at how clearly it played back, far better than anything she had ever seen sold in any port market. She noticed, too, that the soil clinging stubbornly to the bottom of his fallen boat was nothing like any dirt found on the islands of the Blue Sea, pale and strangely light, almost glittering faintly in the sunlight. It was, impossibly, soil from somewhere else entirely, somewhere above. Word of a place called Skypiea spread quickly once the crew began asking around at the nearest island, questioning old sailors and dock workers who squinted at them suspiciously before answering, some laughing outright, others going quiet and refusing to discuss it further, as though the subject itself were bad luck. It was a place so strange and unbelievable that most sailors dismissed it instantly as nothing more than a fisherman's tall tale, an island that floated quite literally somewhere among the clouds, accessible only by riding strange ocean currents that surged directly upward into the sky, called knock-up streams, currents so powerful they could launch an entire ship hundreds of miles into the air in a matter of seconds, currents so rare and dangerous that most who attempted the journey were never heard from again. An old dockhand with a missing eye told them flatly that he had lost 2 crewmates to that very sky years ago and never once regretted refusing to go back for a 3rd attempt. It sounded, to almost everyone who heard it, like complete nonsense. But Luffy, predictably, found the entire idea irresistible the moment he heard it. An island in the sky meant new adventures no one else had ever had, new air to breathe, new ground to stand on that had never once touched the sea, and that, to him, was simply too wonderful a thing to pass up. He spent the better part of an evening grinning at the horizon, already imagining what such a place might look like, sketching wild, nonsensical guesses in the dirt with a stick, clouds shaped like castles, birds the size of houses, while Nami buried her face in her hands and muttered that this was going to be the death of all of them. Usopp, not to be outdone in imagination if not in courage, added his own increasingly elaborate theories about sky pirates and floating monsters until even Chopper began to look nervous. So the crew gathered supplies, strange floating devices called dial pods, crafted from ancient mysterious shells that could store and later release powerful forces like wind or fire, or even sound, purchased at no small expense from a peculiar local inventor named Dr. Masira, or so he claimed, who warned them, quite seriously, that he had personally lost 3 friends to the very journey they intended to make, and that he would not be joining them, no matter how much they offered to pay. Sanji stocked the galley as best he could, uncertain what food, if any, might exist above the clouds, muttering about cooking for an island that might not even have proper soil. Usopp tinkered nervously with a new slingshot design late into the night, the way he always did when he was trying not to think too hard about how frightened he actually was, while Nami pored over old half-legible sea charts, looking for any record at all of a knock-up stream's exact location, finding mostly contradictions and superstition. They prepared themselves as best they could for a journey unlike anything they had ever attempted, sailing straight into the heart of a furious, swirling cloud formation in search of a current that might, if luck and timing aligned perfectly, launch them straight up into the heavens. The first attempt very nearly ended in disaster. The ship was caught in violent, swirling winds long before any true current ever appeared, rain tearing sideways across the deck, lightning splitting the sky in jagged white branches as the crew clung desperately to ropes and railings, Chopper crying out in fright, Zoro bracing himself against the mast with both arms wrapped tightly around it, Sanji cursing as a wave nearly swept the stove clean off its mounting. For one terrifying moment, it seemed as though the storm alone might tear the Going Merry apart before they ever found the current they were searching for, the little caravel groaning and shuddering under stresses she had never been built to withstand. Nami, soaked through and furious, screamed orders that nobody could properly hear over the wind, and in the end it was sheer luck and a sudden shift in the gale that spat them back out into calmer water rather than swallowing them whole. But on a second, more careful attempt, days later, with a borrowed makeshift dial ship built specifically by local sky sailing veterans to survive the impossible journey, reinforced with strange shells fused into its hull, the knock-up stream finally caught them. The entire vessel shot upward through the clouds with a force that pressed the breath from every lung aboard, faster and higher than any of them had ever traveled in their lives, the ocean falling away beneath them in a dizzying blur of blue and white, the air growing colder, then strangely warmer, then thinner still, until even Luffy, who rarely felt fear about anything, found himself gripping the railing with white knuckles and a wide, astonished grin, whooping with delight, even as Usopp screamed beside him that this was the worst idea any of them had ever agreed to. When the dizziness finally faded and the crew dared to open their eyes again, they found themselves floating gently above an endless sea of white cloud, sunlight pouring down warm and golden in every direction, with no land, no ocean, nothing at all beneath them but soft, drifting mist as far as the eye could see, the silence around them so complete it felt almost sacred. Birds none of them recognized wheeled overhead, white and impossibly large, riding currents of warm air that the crew could not feel, but could somehow see rippling the clouds below. They had done it. They had sailed into the sky. Skypiea, when they finally found solid ground again, drifting down gently through a thinning layer of mist onto a strange, soft surface that somehow held their weight like solid earth, was unlike any place the crew had ever set foot upon. Golden light poured endlessly through a sky without a single cloud above it. Strange, beautiful plants grew in impossible shapes. No blue sea botanist could have ever imagined. Blossoms that chimed softly like little bells when the wind passed through them, and gentle, curious creatures unlike anything in any encyclopedia drifted lazily between the branches of trees that seemed to glow faintly from within. Usopp immediately declared himself an expert on sky botany and began naming things incorrectly with tremendous confidence. The people of Skypiea, ordinary and kind for the most part, went about quiet lives, high above a world they had mostly forgotten existed, fishing in floating lakes held together by nothing more than strange, ancient magic, tending gardens that bloomed in colors no rainbow back home had ever produced, living simple, peaceful lives utterly disconnected from the dangers and politics of the blue sea so far below. Many of them had never even heard the word pirate spoken aloud before, and reacted to the Going Merry's arrival with more curiosity than fear, gathering at a respectful distance to whisper about the strangers who had fallen from the ocean below. They were soon met by a tall, dignified old man in battered armor, who introduced himself as Gan Fall, once the Sky Knight who had governed Skypiea fairly, before being driven from his post, riding atop an enormous white bird named Pierre, who could fly faster and farther than seemed physically possible. Ganfall watched the newcomers with a careful, weary kindness, the look of a man who had seen too many strangers arrive with good intentions and leave having made everything worse, and warned them plainly that whatever business had brought them to his sky, they would do well to avoid the golden temple above and the man who now ruled from inside it. Past Ganfall's modest cloud dwelling, the island climbed upward in a way none of them had expected an island to climb at all, through a vast belt of forest, and then, astonishingly, a single colossal beanstalk the locals called Giant Jack, its trunk wider than the Going Merry was long, vanishing up into a second, higher layer of cloud that the islanders simply called Upper Yard, the holiest and most dangerous ground in all of Skypiea. Climbing it took the better part of a day, the crew hauling themselves up along ropes and ladders, fixed to the bark by generations of islanders before them, Chopper transforming into his stronger, heavier form to help haul the heaviest packs, Usopp complaining the entire way that no sniper in history had ever been asked to climb a plant taller than a mountain, and Sanji pausing twice to wonder aloud whether anything edible grew on a beanstalk this size, only to be told firmly by Nami that now was not the time. It was on the way up, resting on a wide branch overlooking the endless white below, that they were ambushed, gently and almost apologetically, by a group of armored figures calling themselves the White Berets, a sort of local peacekeeping force loyal to Enel's priesthood, led by a stern, capable officer named Yama, who informed them in clipped, formal sentences that trespassing in Upper Yard without the god's blessing was a serious offense, regardless of how the strangers had arrived. The encounter very nearly turned violent before a strange, slight young Shandia girl, no older than Chopper looked in his reindeer form, slipped out of the underbrush and spoke a single quiet word of warning that made every white beret present go pale and back away without further argument. Her name, the crew would later learn, was Ayasa, and she carried a gift the Shandia called mantra, a rare and uncanny ability to sense the presence and sometimes even the feelings of people from a great distance, a gift so respected among her people that even Enel's own soldiers were reluctant to ignore her warnings outright. Ayasa watched the strangers with open suspicion at first, certain, as most of her people were, that no one who arrived from below could be trusted not to make things worse. But it was Usopp, talking too much as he so often did, nervous and rambling, and entirely without the careful diplomacy the situation probably called for, who somehow won her over faster than anyone expected, mostly by being too obviously frightened and too obviously kind at the same time to be the sort of person anyone needed to fear. She brought them, cautiously, deeper into Upper Yard, toward the lower cloud forests, where the Shandia made their camp, warning them along the way that Enel's priests had a habit of hosting what they called the God's Trial, a cruel survival game disguised as sport in which trespassers were hunted for the priesthood's amusement across the holy ground, the losers never seen again. It was the God's Trial, in fact, that ultimately scattered the crew across Upper Yard in the first place, each of them pursued separately through dense golden forest by white berets and curious priests eager to test themselves against the strange newcomers who had fallen from the sea, the chaos of the chase splitting them apart faster than any of them had planned, Luffy laughing the entire time, as though being hunted through a holy forest were the single greatest game he had ever played, Usopp screaming the entire time for precisely the opposite reason. It was during this same chaotic scattering that they crossed paths with a towering, insect-like Shandia warrior named Kamakiri, second only to Wyper in standing among his people, fierce and blunt in his suspicion of outsiders, but, in his own gruff way, fair, willing to judge the strangers by their actions rather than simply the place they had come from. But beneath that golden, peaceful surface, an old and difficult history waited patiently to be discovered. Long before the Straw Hats ever arrived, Skypiea had been the home of a gentle, ancient people called the Shandia, the rightful keepers of the island, who had lived there for countless generations, honoring traditions passed down through hundreds of years, and a great ancient bell that rang out across the sky each day, a deep, resonant sound the islanders had grown so used to hearing that its silence, when it finally came, felt like losing a piece of the sky itself. That tradition was tied closely to a legendary, long-vanished ship called the Shandora, said to have once sailed not the sea, but the sky itself, powered by something the islanders simply called the City of Gold, a place spoken of now mostly in old songs and half-forgotten children's stories. A man named Enel had arrived on the island some years earlier, a stranger from a place even stranger than Skypiea itself, and through a combination of overwhelming devil fruit power, granting him total control over lightning and electricity, and a frightening, calculating intelligence the islanders had never encountered before, had slowly, methodically declared himself a god, demanding worship from the very people whose home he had taken as his own. He ruled not through obvious cruelty alone, but through quiet, patient manipulation, convincing many of the island's ordinary citizens that his rule was simply the natural order of things, that questioning a god was both foolish and dangerous. Gan Fall himself had once tried to oppose him directly and lost, his title stripped away, his old position handed to priests who answered only to Enel, and yet the old knight had never quite been able to make himself leave the sky he had sworn to protect. Long before Skypiea had ever heard his name, Enel had ruled over another sky entirely, a smaller, harsher floating land called Burka, where he had been worshipped in much the same way by people who had likewise come to believe, over years of careful persuasion, that he was something more than a man. He had grown bored of Burka eventually, the way he seemed to grow bored of everything sooner or later, and had simply moved on to claim a grander throne elsewhere, leaving behind a people who, by most accounts, never quite recovered their faith in anything again. It was a pattern. The crew would slowly come to understand that Enel had repeated more than once in his life, arriving, conquering quietly through patience and fear, rather than open war, ruling until the novelty wore thin, and leaving the moment something better caught his attention, with no more guilt over an abandoned people than a man might feel discarding a worn-out coat. The Shandia, who alone among the islanders refused to bow, had been driven from the golden upper layers of the island down into the lower cloud forests, treated as little more than trespassers in the very home their ancestors had built with their own hands centuries before Enel ever arrived. They lived now in quiet exile, fierce and proud, nursing old wounds, and an old simmering fury that had never once been allowed to heal, training constantly, preparing for a war against Enel's forces that most of them privately doubted they could ever win, yet refused to abandon even so. Enel ruled now from a magnificent golden temple high above everything else, a structure so vast and so dazzling that ordinary islanders could barely look directly at it, without squinting against the glare, surrounded by loyal priests who had each, in their own strange and dangerous ways, traded pieces of themselves for power, much as the agents of Baroque works once had in the desert below. There was Satori, a broad, jovial-looking giant who could read minds with unsettling ease, sensing the presence and intentions of anyone who dared trespass near his floating shrine, treating intruders to elaborate, mocking guessing games before crushing them, certain that no one could ever outwit a power that let him hear their thoughts before they even finished thinking them. There was Gedatsu, whose entire body had become as light and unpredictable as drifting gas, allowing him to pass through solid attacks as though he were nothing more than fog, a priest so consumed by his own pride that he had taken to handing out absurd, self-invented punishments to anyone who displeased him even slightly. There was Shura, a swift, merciless swordsman whose blade seemed to move faster than thought itself, a man with old, bitter grievances of his own buried somewhere beneath his cold, professional cruelty. And there was Om, calm and almost gentle in manner, who commanded the very clouds themselves, sculpting them into walls and weapons and prisons at will, a power that made him seem, to the people he guarded, almost as untouchable as Enel. The crew scattered quickly upon arrival, the way they so often seemed to be on dangerous islands. Each found their own small piece of this strange new world to navigate. Nami befriended a kind, gentle young woman named Conis, who lived with her father in a quiet home built among the clouds, raising a small, friendly, dragon-like creature named Sue as a beloved pet, a creature far gentler than its fearsome appearance suggested, and prone to nuzzling visitors so insistently that Nami nearly tripped over it twice within the first hour. Conis had grown up believing, sincerely and without question, in Enel's divinity, the way most of Skypiea's ordinary citizens had, taught from childhood that questioning a god was both foolish and forbidden. She spoke of him at first the way someone might speak of the weather, simply a fact of life too large to argue with, and seemed genuinely puzzled when Nami pressed her on why a god would need armed priests and a private army of white berets at all if his rule truly rested on faith rather than fear. But spending time with Nami, watching her fierce loyalty toward her strange new friends, slowly began to plant uncomfortable doubts in Conis's heart. Doubts that grew heavier with every quiet, troubling thing she began to notice about the god she had always trusted completely. The two of them spent one long, golden afternoon walking the perimeter of Conis's family garden, while Sue trotted happily at their heels, Nami asking careful, pointed questions, and Conis answering more honestly than she had perhaps ever allowed herself to before, admitting quietly that she had never actually seen Enel show kindness to anyone, only obedience demanded and occasionally rewarded, and that she had simply never thought to wonder why that troubled her until someone from outside her own sky asked her to look at it plainly. Her father, a former priest himself, carried an old secret grief of his own, having once served Enel loyally before quietly losing faith in him, a faith he had never dared voice aloud for fear of what such doubt might cost him, and who watched his daughter's growing unease with a mixture of pride and fear he could not quite explain to her, remembering all too well what had happened to other priests who had once dared to question their god out loud. Usopp and Chopper, meanwhile, found themselves drawn into the company of the Shandia themselves, warriors descended from generations of people who had never once stopped believing that their stolen home would someday be returned to them. They were led by a proud, fierce young warrior named Wyper, a man so consumed by grief and fury over everything Enel had taken from his people, including, years earlier, someone he had loved deeply and lost to Enel's cruelty, that he had built an enormous, terrible weapon, the Maxim, purely to destroy the Golden City above, even if it meant destroying himself along with it. Wyper trusted almost no one, least of all strangers who had fallen from the sky claiming to want to help, and it took Usopp's stubborn, unglamorous courage, standing his ground again and again despite being afraid, to slowly earn even a flicker of the warrior's respect, the two of them forming an unlikely, prickly sort of friendship over shared nights spent on watch, neither one willing to admit they had come to rely on the other's company. Wyper had not always been so consumed by fury. The Shandia elders remembered a younger man who had once laughed easily and fought only when fighting was truly necessary, before the day a raid by Enel's forces against a Shandia outpost left him kneeling in the wreckage of a home he had built with his own hands, holding someone he could not save, a grief he had folded so tightly into himself afterward that even his closest friends rarely saw its surface anymore, hidden instead beneath an anger that was in its own way easier to carry than sorrow. Kamakiri, who had fought beside him since they were both children training with wooden spears, was perhaps the only person left who still occasionally glimpsed the man Wyper had been before that day, and it worried him more than he ever said aloud how rarely that man appeared anymore. It was Asa, small and sharp-eyed, and entirely unafraid of speaking plainly to a warrior twice her size, who finally said to Wyper what no one else among the Shandia had dared to, that destroying the Golden City with the Maxim would not bring back what Enel had already taken, that it would only ensure no one else ever got the chance to take it back properly. Wyper did not answer her, that day or for several days afterward, but he did not dismiss her either, and something in the way he watched the strangers from the sea after that, weighing them more carefully than suspicion alone usually allowed, suggested her words had landed somewhere even his anger could not quite reach. Zoro and Sanji, in their own separate corners of the island, each found themselves facing Enel's priests directly, trading blow after blow against powers that seemed, at first glance, utterly impossible to overcome. Zoro faced Shura, amid a maze of golden corridors inside the priest's private shrine, his blade clashing again and again against a swordsman whose speed bordered on the supernatural, sparks flying with every parry, while the very wind itself seemed to fight against him, gusting unpredictably at the worst possible moments, as though Skypiea's sky resented his presence. A power Shura wielded through a wind dial built into his own blade. Shura laughed at him through most of the fight, certain that a swordsman from the ground below could never match a priest who commanded the very air around them, mocking Zoro's labored breathing and the cuts already opening across his arms. But Zoro, refusing to fall no matter how the wind howled against him, found his own rhythm at last in the chaos, reading the gusts the way he might read an opponent's footwork, until one final exchange of blades left Shura staring down in disbelief at a cut he never saw coming, his confidence shattering along with his sword. Sanji, in turn, found himself trapped in an endless, dream-like maze conjured by Gedatsu's strange power, hallways twisting and folding back on themselves no matter which direction he ran, fighting an enemy who could simply drift apart into mist the moment a kick connected, his foot passing harmlessly through smoke again and again, while Gedatsu cackled somewhere just out of sight, forcing him to think and fight in ways he never had before. Gedatsu, delighted with his own cleverness, took to inventing absurd rules mid-fight, declaring at one point that Sanji owed him an apology for trespassing and would not be permitted to land a single hit until he gave one, a demand so ridiculous that Sanji nearly laughed despite the danger he was in. It was only when Sanji stopped trying to land a clean hit and instead baited the priest into overconfidence, letting Gedatsu believe he had won, that he finally found the opening he needed, a single, precisely timed kick, catching the priest in a moment of solid form. He couldn't escape quickly enough, ending the fight as suddenly as it had begun, Gedatsu still muttering about apologies as he hit the ground. Wyper and Kamakiri, meanwhile, led their own warriors against Ohm, the cloud-shaping priest, in a running battle across the forested lower reaches of Upper Yard, the Shandia fighting with spears and old half-forgotten techniques passed down since long before Enel had ever arrived, while Ohm sculpted the very air into walls and spears and crushing fists of solid white vapor, calm and unhurried even as Shandia warriors fell around him, treating the entire battle as a tedious formality rather than a genuine threat to his rule. It took the combined fury of Wyper's people and the desperate, reckless charge of the Maxim itself, rolled directly into the heart of the fighting, to finally force Ohm back, long enough for the Shandia to seize ground they had not held in years. And Luffy, true to himself yet again, marched straight toward the Golden Temple at the very top of the island, utterly unconcerned by the fact that the man waiting for him there could summon lightning with a simple thought, because as far as he was concerned, a god who hurt people for no good reason was simply a bully wearing a fancier title. And bullies, in Luffy's long experience, only ever needed one thing in response: a really, really good punch. Along the way, Luffy crossed paths with Satori first, the broad, jovial priest who could read minds with unsettling ease, sensing every move before Luffy made it and dodging accordingly, laughing at how easy his opponent's thoughts were to follow. Every punch anticipated a half-second before it landed. For a long while, it seemed an impossible fight to win, a man who could see attacks coming the instant they were even considered. But Luffy's mind, scattered and impulsive in ways that confused even his own crewmates half the time, eventually proved too chaotic and too simple all at once for even a mind reader to properly predict, and one final, half-formed thought that turned into a punch faster than Satori expected to actually happen knocked the laughing priest from his perch for good. Along the way, the crew discovered something that chilled even the most light-hearted among them. Enel was not satisfied merely ruling Skypiea. He had, in his vast golden temple, built an enormous ship of his own, the Ark Maxim, designed not to sail the clouds peacefully, but to one day carry him away entirely, off toward what he called the moon, a destination he spoke of, with the calm, distant certainty of a man who considered the entire island beneath him, its people, its history, its golden gardens, nothing more than a stepping stone he intended to abandon without a second thought once he tired of it. He had been quietly preparing for this departure for years, the islanders never once suspecting that the god who demanded their worship had no intention of staying among them at all once something better came along. It was this revelation, more than anything else, that finally convinced Conis, and even her father, that the god they had worshipped for so long had never once cared for them at all, and it was Conis who, gathering a courage she had never known she possessed, rowed her own small dial craft straight into danger to warn the islanders below the Golden City that Enel intended to use an enormous ancient weapon called the Maxim Cannon, not the Shandia's own weapon of the same name, but an entirely different, far more devastating device, hidden within his temple, to wipe out anyone who stood against him, the Shandia and ordinary islanders alike, before he left for good. Wyper's own Maxim, the great weapon he had built to destroy the Golden City, was turned at the last moment not toward revenge alone, but toward survival itself, fired not out of fury, but out of desperate necessity, buying the scattered defenders below precious time as Enel's true weapon began to charge above them. The final battle unfolded across the Golden City itself, ancient bells ringing out one final time as centuries of buried history rose to the surface all at once. It turned out, in the end, that the legendary city of gold the Shandia had spoken of for generations was real, hidden in plain sight, beneath layers of golden cloud and overgrown ruin, its towering bell tower the very key to a treasure far older and far more meaningful than any pile of coins, an actual ancient record carved long ago by a vanished civilization into giant stone tablets, covered in strange angular writing that none of the crew, not even Nami with all her hard-won knowledge of old maps and stranger languages, could begin to read. Kamakiri explained, as they stood before the ruined tablets together, that his people had protected this city for generations without ever fully understanding what the writing actually said, only that their ancestors had insisted, generation after generation, that it must never be destroyed and never be allowed to fall into careless hands, a duty passed down so faithfully that its original purpose had nearly been forgotten entirely, leaving only the duty itself behind. Whatever the carvings truly recorded, their existence alone was proof that the Shandia's claim to this land had always, truly, been rightful, and that the bell itself was meant to ring freely for everyone on the island, not silenced beneath any single ruler's golden throne. Enel, watching from above as the crew and the Shandia together uncovered the ruins he had spent years quietly searching for himself, revealed at last why he had truly settled on Skypiea, instead of moving on as he always had before. He believed, with the same calm, absolute certainty, he believed everything, that the City of Gold held the secret to surviving somewhere far beyond even the sky, a place he called the Fairy Verth, sitting impossibly far above even Skypiea's own clouds, and that the ancient golden bell tower was, in truth, nothing less than the last working piece of a vessel built long ago for exactly that impossible journey. Whether he was right, or simply mad with ambition, none of the crew could say for certain, but it explained, finally, why a man who discarded entire skies the moment he tired of them had stayed on this one far longer than any before it. Their fight began, as so many of Enel's encounters did, with him entirely unconcerned, certain enough of his own divinity that he barely bothered to dodge the first punch thrown at him, content instead to let several thousand volts answer it for him. Luffy went down hard, smoke rising faintly from his clothes, and for one terrible silent moment it seemed the fight might already be over. But he climbed back to his feet anyway, shaking off the daze with a slightly dazed grin, and threw the exact same punch again, as though the first attempt had simply been a misunderstanding rather than a defeat. Enel, confident and overwhelming with his command over lightning, struck Luffy down again and again throughout their long battle, certain that no ordinary man could possibly withstand a god's full power, electricity crackling and roaring across the golden temple grounds with every clash, scorching the ancient stonework black, sending Luffy crashing through walls and pillars that had stood for centuries. He toyed with him at first, almost lazily, testing reactions and reflexes, the way a man might poke at an insect, to see how many times it could be knocked over before it simply stopped getting up, genuinely curious in his detached way how long this particular insect would last. But Luffy's body, stretched and strange thanks to his own rubbery nature, simply could not conduct electricity the way ordinary flesh could, and slowly, painfully, Enel began to realize that the very thing that made his opponent seem so foolish and so harmless to him at first was the exact same thing that made him utterly immune to a god's greatest and most feared weapon. The realization came to him not as panic, but as a kind of cold, clinical irritation, a problem to be solved rather than a threat to be feared, and he set about solving it the only way he knew how, by escalating. Enel, unwilling to accept this, escalated again and again, summoning ever greater storms, ever larger bolts, abandoning his earlier amusement entirely, and fighting now with the focused, joyless intensity of a man finally forced to take something seriously, certain that sheer scale alone would eventually succeed where precision had already failed him. He called down strikes large enough to split the golden platforms themselves, lightning thick as tree trunks tearing through ancient stonework that had survived centuries of weather untouched, and still, impossibly, Luffy kept rising. The battle raged on across crumbling golden platforms and ancient stone walkways, Luffy growing more battered with every passing minute, his clothes scorched, his breathing ragged, but his grin never quite disappearing entirely. Enel growing more frustrated as his calm, calculated confidence slowly cracked beneath an opponent who simply refused, no matter how many times he was struck down, to ever stay down for long. In the final, decisive moment high above the Golden City, with the great ancestral bell tolling thunderously behind them, summoned by Wyper's own desperate effort to wake the sleeping history of his people, Luffy delivered a blow larger and more powerful than any he had thrown before, sending the self-proclaimed god of the sky falling, finally and completely, from the throne he never should have claimed, his great arc maxim left adrift and abandoned above the ruined temple. The bell rang on, deep and resonant, echoing across the entire floating island, a sound the Shandia had waited generations to hear ring freely once more, a sound that meant, at long last, that their home was truly theirs again, and that the long, painful exile their people had endured had finally come to an end. Even those islanders, who had once worshipped Enel without question, found themselves standing still in the golden ruins, listening to that ancient bell as though hearing it properly, truly hearing it, for the very first time in their lives. Wyper, who had spent so long carrying nothing but grief and fury, finally allowed himself, in the quiet aftermath, surrounded by both his own people and the strange, golden-hearted strangers who had fallen from the sea to help him, to simply grieve properly instead, the anger that had defined him for years slowly softening into something closer to peace, kneeling at last before the bell his ancestors had protected for so long, his weapon, the Maxim, left silent and unused beside him. Conis and her father returned home to a sky finally free of false gods, able to live now simply as themselves, rather than as worshippers of a man who had never once deserved their devotion, Conis's father quietly weeping with relief as he watched his daughter laugh freely for what felt like the first time in years. Ganfall, watching the bell ring out across a sky he had once failed to protect, finally allowed himself to believe that Skypiea might truly be safe again, even without him standing watch over every corner of it. The crew, exhausted and battered but whole, gathered what little they had left and prepared once more to return to the sea they had left so far below. Before they departed, the islanders gifted them something far more precious than gold, a great quantity of a rare, priceless metal called verth, soil that had drifted up from the blue sea centuries ago and settled across Skypiea's golden ground, treasure beyond imagining back in the world below, enough to set the entire crew up comfortably for a very long while. Had any of them actually cared very much about staying comfortable for very long, which of course none of them truly did. The Going Merry rode a second knock-up stream back down toward the sea, the golden island shrinking slowly above them, until it was nothing more than a faint, glowing speck, lost among ordinary clouds, the same way every place they visited eventually became, in the end, simply another quiet, treasured memory carried forward in the hearts of 6 tired, grateful friends. A captain leaned against the mast, looking upward instead of forward for once, remembering golden light and the sound of an ancient bell ringing free, already wondering in his own easy way what other impossible places this strange ocean might still be hiding from him. A swordsman rested with his swords across his lap, quietly satisfied that even the wind itself, in the end, could not stand against patience and steel, his wounds already beginning to ache in the way old victories always seemed to the morning after. A navigator counted a small fortune of strange golden soil by lantern light, already dreaming of all the maps that fortune could someday help her draw, smiling faintly to herself at just how rich this particular adventure had made them, even if none of them would likely keep that wealth for long. A sniper insisted, as always, that he alone defeated a god with nothing but a single, perfectly aimed shot, while a small reindeer doctor listened nearby with wide, admiring eyes, only half doubting whether it might actually be true, and secretly hoping that it was. A cook gazed back up at the clouds they had just left behind, cigarette smoke curling lazily into the night air, wondering quietly what other impossible places this endless sea might still be hiding, already half planning what strange new ingredients he might find there. And far below them now, the ordinary blue sea stretched out once more in every direction, calm and familiar and welcoming, glad, in its own quiet way, to have its small ship of dreamers safely back upon its surface once again. The Going Merry creaked softly as she settled once more into gentle rolling waves, her sails catching an ordinary wind after so many days spent chasing an extraordinary one. Above her, the sky had returned to its usual quiet self, scattered with stars instead of golden light, patient and endless, exactly as it always has been, exactly as it always will be, while somewhere far above, hidden behind clouds, no one below could see, an island of gold floated on, its great bell finally free to ring out across a sky that belonged once again to the people who had always called it home.